days I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say
'But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
Upgrades.
All right, we are back. What is going on? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy 8-Bit, and you see we had to make a quick change to the name of the stream, bros. Cause yeah, you know your boy had to kind of stick my head out of the clouds and see what's going on across the rest of the MFF community, and I'm glad I did. Because I ran across Alex's video this a little while ago, actually, and didn't get a chance to watch it this morning. I've been way too busy at work with the freeze and everything. So I got a chance to check it out, and amazing video. You know, I do normally check Thanos Vibes website, but I haven't been over there in the last couple of days since the last live stream. So I think that came out after or around the same time. Maybe I missed it. Whatever the case, right? And so we're gonna go ahead and get started here with some Otherworld battle with my guy Destroyer. So we'll go ahead and jump in, and you know, we'll talk about what's going on with the thumbnail first, and then we can get into, and here we'll take a look at the team that we've been using for Otherworld battle. We did take Destroyer up to 72 to give him a little bit of something extra. Didn't have enough to take him to 80 right this second, so we will be working that in. We did just finish tier 4 in Madeline, so she is part of this team along with Magic. We also have the mutant suppressor out there in my guy Sentinel. Hopefully he can take on a large brunt and burden of a lot of the mutants, because a lot of people this week in Otherworld are using Strife support with a boatload of mutants. So Sentinel is perfect for that. And a lot of those mutants are, or other characters are, energy damage dealers. Now you will run into problems with teams like this that have Apocalypse and Spider-Man and Carnage and all of these physical damage dealing types, with Destroyer specifically, and non-mutant types for the most part. Not saying that Sentinel can't get the job done without the mutant suppressor passive. He most definitely can, but you want to gear this guy more toward the things that he's accustomed to. And if they're not using Strife, they're using Angel. Just depends on if you have him unlocked as an Epic Quest character or not. We'll try this one. There's 3 mutants on this team, along with a couple of physical damage types, or no, yeah, physical damage mutant and my guy Deadpool right there. and then physical damage non-mutant in Carnage. So those are the potential problems with this team. You also have Ghost Rider out there being able to get off some cheeky one shots against villains. So those are the things that you kind of have to bear in mind when you're using this team. We'll go ahead and pop this on repeat, and give me 1 second. Yeah, looks like we're probably going to lose this one. But, well, I don't know. We do have the type disadvantage, but we were able to pull that off. So that's actually dope. I did a bunch of fights in Otherworld earlier today. That's about all I've been playing, trying to test this team out to see how viable it is. I must say I was getting a lot more wins than losses. I started out, I think, in like Vibranium 3 or 4, or Vibranium 2 or 3, and I've made it, all the way up to Challenger 5 or 4, whatever it is I'm on right now. Yeah. So we have been doing quite a bit of climbing. And personally, I think the team is viable from what I've been able to see. A few quirks aside. And for some of them, I can always pull out magic. I can always pull out Madeline and replace it with, say, a Wolverine or a Deadpool or something like that. I will say this, it is a little different running running either Sentinel or Destroyer standalone, because the whole point of them is they're supposed to cover up for each other's weaknesses and things like that. The other good thing too is you can put Destroyer out there like right away, because you'll have access to the Reflect right away. So unless he's going up against a physical damage dealer in the 1 or the 2 slot, I would definitely consider putting him there. I got an energy damage dealer and another Destroyer level 80. So that's going to be interesting. I think that matchup would probably come down to who has the better CTP. In that case, what you kind of want to do is take advantage by sticking a physical type in front of their Destroyer. And hopefully that physical type will be able to take them out. And you can use a similar strategy for dealing with Sentinel, although this will probably only you're gonna have more success in the 1 and the 2 slots, possibly the 3 slot. Um, because those are variables that you can control in this game mode, but you can't control, like, you know, only to a certain degree can you control when the characters come out. You know what I mean? Like builds and tankiness and whatnot. As you can see, Quicksilver also poses a problem to this matchup. And then I should have seen that there's two speed types in there, and then combat. Yeah, there are a bunch of mutants out there, but technically Quicksilver does not classify as a mutant in this game, so that kind of sucks. Sentinel does seem to need a bit of a wind up, so maybe I push him a little further back in the group. And Strife just seems to be getting handled in that last slot. So maybe we do some mixing of the squad and such. Because right now these guys are getting a fucking ass handed to them. And it's not really the best showing. But I'll show you the build that I have on Destroyer. Nothing major right now. He is heroic, so we don't even have the full uniform. But we do have, or all of the uniform options. But we do have the second and third option. We got a ways to go with this guy. We're gonna need a uniform upgrade ticket for him. So this may be sitting like this for a while. We also have to straighten out his Uru type for enhancement, so we got a ways to go there. Stage 12, I am also Groot on this guy. For the HP, because you do get 8.5% HP from this thing, along with the extra heal and the attack. I'm not sure if this is better or if Power of Angry Hulk is better for him specifically. The 8.5% HP is nice. The extra heal on him, allowing him to tank a little bit further, may also be really, really good. So yeah, and then we do have the 3-star artifact on him, offering HP upon reflect, and then it restores HP up to 2% of reflect damage dealt to target, restores bonus HP equal to 4% of total instinct, can restore up to 2% of max HP, has a 1-second cooldown. So need a better version of that. Now the regen being on this guy, not sure if maybe I'm wanting to do all attack, all defense roll on this thing. But it is the 10% heal with the 35% shield, which he can take advantage of. He'll get a whole heck of a lot more out of this at level 80. And we'll get past a couple of these. Here's a Kang team. It's debuffed though, so it's like, really? And then the other thing too is when I was in Vibranium, a lot of these characters weren't debuffed. So don't lose to a debuffed Kang. Are you serious? Are you serious? That's something that they really have to fix about this game mode. Yeah, I know I'm getting down here close to the bush leagues if I'm if I'm running into debuffed characters. And see what'll happen is they'll throw one or two of them out there because their skills still have super guard break. So they'll either super guard break you and lock you down, or wow, this is getting ugly. What happened since this morning? Okay, we're right back down in the bush leagues. And the thing is, I haven't changed teams at all. And as a matter of fact, yeah. Yeah, because all of this, since I've started from since I started the live stream, KU10, that loss, and then those two wins, that loss, that win, those 4 or 5 losses in a row. But all of this was earlier, win, loss, couple wins, a loss, another win, another loss, couple more wins. So, winning 2 out of 3, I don't think it's too shabby. Be nice if I could go on a few better a few more sustained runs, I should say. Mobile gaming, what's going on? Hey, can you suggest Kang or Noah, which is better at tier 4? So wow, that's kind of who's better, Noah or Kang at tier 4? I don't have Kang at tier 4. I do have Noah at tier 4. So that kind of being the caveat to this whole discussion. And I'll take on debuffs, it don't matter. And we'll put this on repeat so this thing can just ride. Hey, my guy Sentinel did a little something and then got clapped. So yeah. They're both good in PvE in their own respects. I think Kang's probably the better of the two there. I think in PvP, Noah might be slightly better with Agent Venom support. So I would probably have to say Kang. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Kang is better at tier 4. Like I saw what he was doing to metas at level 70, able to hold his own in there. Um, taking him up to level 80, he's only performing better and it shows. And then, similar to Null, I just can't get a victory. What the hell is going on? Let me reset this damn thing, cause I'm just getting my ass whooped left and right, and I was just using the same team, and this was not happening. At least not on this scale or to this degree. So I guess RNG really is a thing. Um, or it could be just that I'm being completely outclassed. That's the other thing. Better cards, better swords, better team up collections, this sort of thing, brilliant CTPs, and whatnot. Um, I mean, Kang and Null, that's really, really, really close. Um, like, are you talking PvP or are we talking PvE? That would kind of help me to know. You know what I mean? Like, that's the other thing. I just can't catch a break. Oh, boy, I was gonna say that better not be who I thought it was. If that was the case, I'd have had to say, man, it's been a pleasure hanging out with y'all. Yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, um, I don't know. They're kind of take your pick. The onlyest the onlyest differentiator I can kind of say is an outlier is, you have that, and then you also have the team up collection with with null. So there are a few more things that you can take advantage of. But yeah, I mean, either choice, you're not going to be upset, honestly. And then that fifth skill for Kang, it has such a good AoE and such a good animation. Hey, who are these teams that I'm losing to, bro? So he's getting the all resistance going with the ignore dodge and the elemental damage from Ancient. Okay, so I'm gonna have to throw my Carnage out there to deal with some of this. Possibly my Incredible Hulk. Okay, there go a dub. Yeah, and the thing is, they weren't sketch ass wins like how these are. They were like good, solid wins with, you know, Sentinel surviving, um, you know, even Destroyer surviving the whole fight. Like, I mean, and Sentinel's tanking right there, even though Destroyer really didn't in the beginning. That is so wild, bro. I may have to throw Colossus support in there. So let's try that. All right, let's see if, because maybe a bunch of people switched buffs around and shit like that. I am seeing a lot more Carnage and a lot more of that sort of thing, Deadpool sort of team setups. A lot more physical damage. I mean, look at her, Spidey and Carnage. There should be easy pickings for Maddie. Yeah. Only she popped a tier 4 on him at the end. Pretty sick. So yeah, they kind of mixed it up where I can't take advantage of the physical or the energy reflect. A lot of people aren't running energy-based teams. Destroyers just get his ass handed to him. Maybe I might have to push him back to give him a little wind up. Maybe if I push Maddie more towards the front. And, oh wow, we dropped all the way down to Vibranium 1. Are you serious? Okay. Okay, she definitely needs help. Let's push them towards the back. And yeah, but no matter where I move him, the HP is not helping Destroyer. Maybe if we do that and artificially boost his HP, and then we can do this. So that'll be kind of a double whammy. Now let's try that. See if we can help deal with some of these speed types that I've been seeing too. And some of the physical damage dealers. He got zeroed right away. That sucks. He was at least able to take Spidey out. Wow. I'm gonna be out of Vibranium pretty soon. What the hell? So this is supposed to be their showcase, and at least Destroyer to a degree. I don't know, maybe 72 just isn't high enough for him. Okay, he's holding up now, finally. And still wasn't able to... You just hear the machine shutting down. That's actually freaking wild. This is nuts. Like, I'm losing to all kinds of teams. Debuff teams. I understand the whole null thing, but once again, him being debuffed. Why is Maddie out there first and she's in like the third slot? Wow. Yeah, Sentinel and them are dropping in and they're just getting handled like immediately. And I really hate to take them off the team. Maybe we do this guy. Give him some more help, maybe. That's kind of not a showcase, is it? And the thing that sucks is I was handling the other way around before. So Destroyer is back with the most HP. Destroyer coming out there with 361k, and he was just out of the way standing there in that victory. Yeah, that's really not a showcase if he's in the back of the room. You know what I mean? There's a lot of physical damage dealing going on right now. Yeah, he's not doing anything. And I think this is more so a case of the teams that he's going up against than him not being good as a character. You know, we've all seen Destroyer being more than capable. But if you can field a really good physical damage type team, then you can get some things done. Yeah, we can work our way back up, no problem. Yeah, physical, then Ghost Rider and your boy Energy. I kind of just want to skip that altogether. Hulk is physical. Everyone else out there is energy. So we'll see if we can get off against this team. They only have one mutant. Okay, he held up a little bit. Got the reflect kill on Magic before he was himself dispatched. Still wasn't enough. Wow. It's the ones that you should win. It's the ones that you should win. That you don't, that hurt the most. Yeah, I'm not even dealing with all of that. Yeah, see, I could cheese it up and type advantage this shit. And the thing is, I have the squad to do it. I could throw Hulk in there. Are you serious? She soloed both of yous? Oh, the ones you should win. It's always the ones you should win. I wonder if that patch had anything to do with it. If y'all lose this, I know something going on. A debuffed sentry against three of y'all? No. Okay. We'll come back to more of that later. Actually, I kind of want to let it run in the background, but we'll let this run in the background. That'll work. We'll let Phyla get out there and do her thing. So let's get on over to the survey. If we wrong one. So way back in the day, you had this survey number 2. Do you play Danger Room? Right, just to give you an idea of Danger Room has been out of the game, what, 4 maybe years or so now at this point, maybe a little bit longer. So definitely pre 2020. No, probably 2020, 2021, something like that, when Danger Room left the game, I think. I don't know. It was so long ago. But if you scroll down, this is just about every survey question that we've ever had. There was an interesting one back up there where we were talking about Danger Room. So, this is one of the reasons why they removed Danger Room from the game. Rate the difficulty of the extreme mode bosses. A lot of people probably said that it was too easy. Right? And I don't think they ever put Danger Room Extreme into the game officially. So they really need to revamp it, bring that back. Or if they don't want to do that, squad battle was kind of cool. But they would have to take the approach of something similar to what they're doing in Alliance Battle now, with all of the different seasons. But they would have to do it carefully in a way that would allow for free-to-play players not to be like so restricted in a game mode like that, where you have to field multiple teams, right? But if you scroll all the way to the bottom here, the latest survey 5, was select heroes you would like to see updated in 2024. And for those of you guys that don't know, that was this survey right here, the hero voting update poll. Got Sentry, War Machine, Null, Mr. Fantastic, Psylocke, Hulk, Quicksilver, Doc Doom, Apocalypse, Agent Venom, and Emma, Weapon Hex, Anti-Man, Medusa, and Crescent, all of which recently got uniforms. And if you go down the list, you got War Machine, Mr. Fantastic, Psylocke, Sentry, Null, Quicksilver, Doc Doom, Crescent, Hulk, Medusa, Emma Frost, APOC, Agent Venom, Weapon Hex, and Anti-Man. So, took them about a year and a half, almost 2 years to get all of these uniforms, out. You guys can't really see that, can you? Okay, let me see if I can. Still can't see the bottom of the list. I think it cuts you guys off at War Machine, and I would have to sort of recrop it, but that is the list. Anywho, if we scroll back up here all the way to the top, we have the survey 6, right? So, a new set of survey questions were added in the 11.6. The last few questions are quite interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive in right here. Which type of content do you feel needs improvement the most? We won't go over a lot of this stuff. Make your own choices. Honestly, when it comes to this stuff, you're the one that's playing the game, so different people want different things for different reasons. Me personally, I wouldn't mind seeing a lot of the things that I want in the game aren't necessarily on the list at all, right? Multiplayer story mode, an update to or bringing back Danger Room Extreme, this sort of thing. They didn't talk about any of that in here, as much as they talked about things that are currently going on in the game. It is some spice in here, but it's not every single question, in my opinion. Is there a type of content that you find difficult to play or tedious, or would be more accurate, I think, of a description, so to speak? And then they have the game modes listed below. Take your pick. How do you usually enjoy Shadowland, right? Well, some people don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? I don't think I don't play Shadowland is a bad answer. I just think that for that particular question, they should add a text box, right? Well, why don't you play Shadowland? Do you feel it's too tedious? Do you feel it's too boring? Is it not interesting enough? Is it not difficult enough? In which ways is it difficult? Is it difficult in terms of the content? Is it difficult in terms of the fact that you don't have the roster to field the content? Right? Those are two totally different sets of difficulty, and one is only solved through playing the game in time. You know what I mean? So those sorts of questions, I think, require a little more follow-up. If they can answer and say 200 characters or less, I don't think that would be a bad idea. You could run it through a quick data filter to find out how many people are saying the same, things, and use that to kind of compile your list as, community feedback in terms of like what most players want to see. Which species would you like to see added as a new hero or villain? So, spot on there. I do agree that humans are way too oversaturated in the game. We don't need any more humans, really. What we do need is more obscure characters. We do have a lot of aliens, but like I would go, we do and we don't. You know what I mean? There are more characters that they could add in the game with the alien tag, or, if they wanted to do like a creature type, like Mangog or something like that, and make him a creature type, that would be dope. Or others that we'll get into actually right now. Is there a giant boss raid you would like to see added? Now, this is interesting because there's specifically giant boss raids. So that means that some of these characters may not be playable, right? I have not heard very many content creators bring up, somebody like Shuma Gorath, if any, and very, very seldom. I've heard a lot of people, on the whole Onslaught thing coming as a world boss, or even Ego the Living Planet. Sidorak isn't a name that you hear thrown around very much. You know what I mean? But then the other interesting one here is Blackheart. And alls we gotta do is, and I'm gonna do this right quick in sort of a haphazard sort of fashion, but all we gotta do is go right back here. There they are, Shuma Gorath and Blackheart. So and I recently changed this. Before it was Doc Doom and Storm and Magneto and all of these other folks, right? I think Cyclops was part of that for a little bit of the characters that I would put in my intro and stuff. But this recently got changed, like within the last month. So it really makes me wonder, are the devs watching you, boy? I mean, you got Shuma and you got Blackheart right there, bros. Yeah, I think they checking your boy. Matter of fact, let's just do this. I think they checking your boy somewhat. and it's pretty damn interesting. I just think it's pretty interesting. You know what I mean? Um, and if that is the case, stay tuned. I guess. Hmm. Uh, we'll bring that down, and we'll bring my guy right here. So, yeah, I mean, I had your boy Nightcrawler right there for the longest time, and he will be going back, but I gotta kind of put him on blast just a little bit, cause yeah, that's like I've been speaking on Schumer regularly for a while now. I've also been speaking on Blackheart on and off for a little bit. So, um, like the fact that these are the guys that y'all, decide to to drop in there as a GBR, as a world boss. They could have dropped Mangog. They could have dropped, and I'm surprised I didn't see that name. And that's another one I haven't heard anybody say a peep about. So, and yeah, Marvel versus Capcom or whatever, whatever. But you know what it is. Just saying. Um, Absolutely nuts, absolutely bonkers. That they're talking about Blackheart, they're talking about Shuma Garad, they're talking about Sidorak, they're talking about Chaos King. Um, I don't know who this guy is. Um, Aspirants, I have no idea who that is. So, let your boy sound off in the comments. If you do know who that is, clue your boy in, please. Um, but scrolling right on down, we got, is there a type of content that you feel has insufficient rewards? All of them. This is one of those where it's kind of all of the above. It's not that the game modes have insufficient rewards. It's that the cost of tier three, well, yeah, you could say tier three. The cost of tier four kind of needs to come down, especially if they are, prepping for a tier five initiative. Um, because odds are, whatever content comes with that, whether it be a Black Heart or a Onslaught or a Chaos King or a Aspirants, um, World Boss or Giant Boss Raid. I'm sorry, and that's the other thing. They mention these guys as Giant Boss Raids specifically. It would also be dope that if it is Sidorak, that you could attain his bios there. Now, as far as Shuma, I wonder how they would express his abilities in the game. That's going to be interesting because outside of Marvel vs. Capcom, I don't think he's appeared in any other game. But in the comics, he's an absolute animal. Yo, Bubba, what's going on? Welcome back. Welcome back. Also, Jay Schwami, what's going on? Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, so you know we got to talk about it because they mentioned in Shoma, they mentioned in Onschlat. You know we did that a few weeks ago, trying to let them know. You know what I mean? That hey, we know what it is. We see it. Let's blow these questions up a little bit so you guys can see it a little bit better. I mean, legendary battle maybe. The rewards don't nearly meet the. It's not even that, it's the replay value that's attached to the reward, right? And thinking of it from this perspective, if the rewards, the reoccurring rewards from a legendary battle were better, not saying that I'm pushing for this, but legendary battle is unique in the fact that every single battle in there is unique. A nice upgrade to legendary battle would be, you know, once you complete the content or whatever, you could go in there with whatever character. And then that way the monotony of it isn't so tailored. But I don't know how much behind the scenes work that would take. They're not gonna get rid of legendary battle at this point because it's too heavily invested as far as MCU tie-ins and whatnot. And you never know when we're gonna get another one. They're probably gonna do one for Doom. We used to get them all the time. Now, not so much. So, but honestly, it's kind of a one and done. It may be on the chopping block. I feel like Dimension Rifts, the rewards could definitely be better for that, for the amount of time invested. Yeah, so that's just my thoughts with that. In order to get anything good, you have to be able to open mythic rifts at a high rate, and you know that's just not feasibly sustainable unless you just sit back and play a bunch of normals and just hoard your resources and build up those 25 token open sort of things and be able to coordinate with, you know, friends and alliance mates and such so you can take advantage of each other's. It's a lot that goes into it. And it's very, 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 very cumbersome. Much more cumbersome than, you know, if you could do that like in the shadows simultaneously, that would be great. But I don't think they're gonna do that. World event. World event is a healthy scratch. It can go. In my personal opinion, zombie survival, the rewards are decent. The reset is decent. They could give more tokens, but yeah. Shadowland. Shadowland, those rewards are so outdated. Especially, 1 through 35. You should be getting like guaranteed tier 3, tier 4 materials, and the tier 2 materials should be like a gimme for every stage, right? You give me gold, you give me black antimatter, you give me the chaos Nornstone, and then I get to choose what tier 3 material I go after. I get to choose what tier 4 material I go after. I wouldn't put books in there. But yeah, I think that would be a healthy um, update to Shadowland. Um, still having the card farming for certain stages, I think would be great. The Uru, the ISO sets, not so much because you get those from plenty of other game modes and there's plenty of other ways to farm them anyway. And then coming down on the cost for some of those rewards as well. Um, it's not that the rewards aren't good, it's just that they cost a ridiculous amount, and for random rewards at that. You could save up 11,000 Shadowland tokens, open the CTP chest, and get a Transcendence. Like, come on, my guy. Is there a system where you feel additional tutorials would be helpful for beginners? So, none of this right here, not character growth, not ISO, not swords, not team up collection, not emblem collection, not shield archive. Um, you know, cards. Why is there not an in-depth explanation that certain skills, certain stats are more important than others? And the greatest source of those stats is your cards. I feel like if players just understood that, like for beginners, that's going to be the biggest thing that's going to hold beginning accounts back the most. So why that's not on this list is kind of disappointing, honestly. Um, of what they have here, uh, swords are pretty straightforward and not, you know. Um, there's a lot of complication involved in swords and randomness to the effects that they can roll. So, it's either going to be a all or nothing sort of thing. So you're either really, 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 really high end, or you're good with whatever they give you. There really isn't a whole lot of in between as far as swords goes. Team up collection, I think that involves spending way too many crystals. So this is just, a money grab. Same thing with emblem collection. You can't complete it without spending crystals. Um, or without gambling for um, emblems in some sort of way. Shield archive. I mean, if you explain swords in the way that you're supposed to, then this will take care of itself because they'll take that same knowledge and apply it to the Shield Archive, if that makes sense. They'll take that same knowledge and they'll apply that to building up their swords. They'll take that same knowledge and they'll apply that to selecting the correct ISO set, right? So cards solves all of this, or 80% of this. The other two are just money grabs. Please choose a hero or villain you would like to see added in heroes or villains chosen through the survey will be considered as candidates for future updates. So we also get pretty interesting right here. And I think in terms of the fan base, Cloak and Dagger, out of all of these, is the one that I've seen asked for the most regularly. Now, this may be by the same cat or the same group of cats, but they serious about them some Cloak and Dagger. And I'm not mad at that. I think it'll be a great addition to the game. Street level heroes, you know, me personally, I love them. Everything doesn't have to be an Annihilus or a Nate Gray level level character. You know what I mean? Silver Sable bringing the Wild Pack in, I think would be also another dope addition. So, you know, I'm not the guy that's gonna sit up here and go, oh, we need Galactus as a playable character. Oh, we need Annihilus. Annihilus would be cool as a playable character. As a playable character. Speaking of which, they have Annihilus down here as a playable character, right? But if you go back up here, he is not on the list for a Giant Boss Raid, right? That means that Annihilus is probably going to come to the game in the form of a native tier 3 world boss. So, just to get into the weeds on this a little bit. And to get even further into the weeds, I would go a step further and say they may bring Nate Gray into the game as a native tier 3 world boss legend plus hero. So that would be dope if they did that. Because all of the world boss legend all of the world boss legends are they're all villains, right? And either they've been done before or it's just a different you know what I mean? So why not just, if we're gonna get another world boss legend, yeah, Annihilus, fine. But after that, because you know they're going to drop at least 1 or 2 or maybe 3 more, fine. Let them be heroes so we can get some mileage out of a lot of these villains. I think the reason why they don't do it, though, is because with the restrictions, it would probably be hard to push it to stage 99. So there is that kind of caveat. And I know a lot of people really don't think about it in that regard, but yeah. Not saying that you have to use, you know, you can use heroes against hero buffs sort of thing. But you know, they could work it out. They could work it out. There's enough characters in the game and enough villains in the game, specifically, where I don't think that would be a problem. Yeah, there are 94 villains in the game currently. I think out of 94 characters, out of 200, almost 300, you can figure out a way to get them to stage 99. You know what I mean? And that's without incorporating heroes. Not saying that they have to do it that way. They don't. You know what I mean? I mean, if that's the case, then the same would be true of the stages we have now, right? Please choose a hero or villain who does not yet have a uniform that you would like to see receive one. Heroes, villains chosen through this survey will be considered as candidates for future uniform. So, here's where we get into the mud a little bit. You got Valeria Richards, Sylvie. Okay, let's talk about it. Oh, and Cassandra Nova, right? So, all three of them, you're trying to sell me something. It's not that these particular characters are popular. You could say what you want about Valeria Richards, right? Okay, maybe even Cassandra. But if they were so popular, they would have been in the game a lot sooner, right? So there's that. But then the other thing is, they're all exclusive in one way, shape, or form. Wait a minute. Is Valeria? Let me not get beside myself right quick. Okay, so Valeria, you get her from the Multiverse Saga Day of the Dooms, right? So that's where she comes from. Well, she got Cassandra Nova. She's a bio sub or X gene sub. And then you got Sylvie, right? Who I believe is also X gene sub 30 bios daily. So you could say the same thing about Jubilee, but in terms of those four, Jubilee's been in the game longer and has suffered longer. So for me, she amongst the characters that are on this list, read her. Let me go back. She shoots right to the top. Jubilee, right? Madam Viper as well. Folks can say what they want, but they also don't think. Bringing Madam Viper to the game and giving her a uniform, right? A free-to-play character. You can find in the shop. Completely free to play. You can throw regular Shadowland bios on her, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yeah. So completely free to play. Why not give her an update? She's been sitting over here languishing and just in misery for so long, and it would also bring that let me hit you with it. It would also bring a Hydra update. So why not? But like, why the hell not? That also means maybe something for Crossbones, maybe something for Red Skull, right? So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think? You know what I mean? A lot of people have been asking for Wiccan. So that is not lost on me at all. Sometimes you gotta save the best for last. Um, and then Molecule Man. Being an Epic Quest character, I think it's no question that he should get a tier 4 and a update that makes him a good DPS PvP character, right? He is way too much of a issue in the comics, no pun intended, to be just left out like that, man. This dude, this dude is a reality warper, man, right? And he doesn't have the one. My guy straight pulls a chair out and posts up on you. What? And what? And hit you with it. If Franklin Richards and him, you know, um, honestly, in terms of like strength and whatnot, and like feats of strength in the comics or feats of just like what the fuck moments type of stuff. In terms of characters in the game that have pulled that type of shit off, yeah, Scarlet Witch, I. But Franklin Richards and Molecule Man, we all know about this guy, and he's an absolute hoss. But then Molecule Man, he should be way, way stronger, bros. So, matter of fact, why am I sitting up here tripping? Yeah. You get this guy from, where is it? The Century Epic Quest. He's the last character, bros. He's the Century is the free to play. Moonstone is the deluxe pack character. She's the 6,600 crystal wall, right? And they've left her to languish too. But that could be a thing, right? So, other characters that should also be on this list. Really, this thing should be more of a plug in which character you want to see a uniform for and give people like 4 or 5 choices and them compile that. I think that would be way better than than this sort of, hey, do you want this character or this character or that? Like, nah. I think that would be way, way, way more useful. Choose a Marvel IP or game you would like to see a collaboration with. Take your pick. I mean, just take your pick. But if we get back into some of the older surveys, and I'll look for this behind the scenes, but there were a few where they actually, asked for feedback like that. Like, choose the main reason people quit. Um, this one they were asking about how long it was taking to play the game. Yeah. Do you think there's why do you think there is a lot of content and free text? Um, they could do something similar to that with the characters. What character would you like to see a uniform for? Select four, free text, and limit it to, 50 or so characters. That way people couldn't just go ham with it. Um, so yeah, there are ideas that they've had before that they could really kind of bring back. Um, so I hope that isn't the final version. And, you know, if I think what I'm thinking, that maybe some devs might be watching, I don't know. I mean, Shuma Garath and Blackheart are kind of out of the blue. Um, Kind of makes me wonder with Storm and with Doom, because I was rocking those for a minute too, and I never put it together. And now we get the survey where you asking about Shuma and Blackheart and Cloak and Dagger. Hey, we gonna push for some justice for Nightcrawler for real then. Because you just can't take the fact of, oh well, you gave a character a uniform. Yeah, but did you get it right? That's huge, right? Did you get it right? You need suggestions for your account, Saber? What kind of suggestions, my guy? Put your IGN in the chat and I'll check it out. Let me know what kind of suggestions you need. PvP, PvE cards. Um, I'll go as in depth as I can, I guess. Was it X Saber? Or is it just Saber? That's not you. Huh? Is that you? Like that? Ah, okay. Okay. Cards are looking Pretty damn spicy. Got the energy and the physical attack proc. Cooldowns, righteous. Got a lot of ignore dodge coming from cards actually. Almost 10%. That ain't bad. Ignore defense is spicy. Plenty of attack. Plenty of yeah. Your stats are better than mine. Yeah. Got some work to do on your swords, but we all know that's a work in progress. Let's see, you got Kang tier 4. Probably worthy of a CTP of Conquest if you got a spare. You rocking overdrive on him instead of Power of Angry Hulk. That's interesting. Are you using him in PvP? Looks like, because you got the invincibility obelisk on him with guard break immunity. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I figured you was probably waiting on a CTP for him. If you got a spare energy laying around, you might try that on him. Even in PvP. And maybe you can get the burst down. Let me see something right quick. Okay, he's got debuff removal if you're using his lead, and if he's on the field with, yeah, if he's on the field, you should be using his lead. Skill damage bonus, damage reduction, and super armor. So he's basically got guard break immunity built into his kit. So you don't need to run him with guard break immunity. You could probably run him with a greed, a mighty greed, and that would also work. I think the mighty greed does have guard break immunity built in. I mean, it's a couple of ways you can go with him. Conquest is probably going to be the best way to go for him. But the greed is going to give you reflect immunity. The competition is going to give you reflect immunity. A rage would give you reflect immunity. I'm going to pull this off of my Kang, actually. So yeah. You're definitely going to want something like that because he is susceptible to reflect in certain circumstances, but you don't need the guard break immunity per se. You are probably going to still want to run a CTP that gives you super guard break immunity when it procs, though. So that's why I'm saying a rage may be viable for him, because the enraged does give you super guard break immunity. I'm not sure if it gives you immunity to reflect, though. Let's see, so let's go. No. Oh, game guide. Skill name glossary. So let's see what the Enraged offers. It offers guard break immunity. So it doesn't offer super guard break immunity. The critical damage of Enraged higher with concentration. Lucid Gauge must be charged. So this is the thing. It also charges up skills when using attacks. So yeah, and it does specifically say super guard break when it offers it. So the Clash proc is gonna offer you some super guard break. Fury is gonna offer you guard break. Ambush is gonna give you guard break and super guard break and reflect immunity. Yep. Maybe greed may be the way to go with him. Greed for offense or maybe steal for defense. But if you're gonna go with the steel proc, I would just go with the wall proc. It's better. And it's gonna offer you kind of the best of both worlds. That's why I'm like, eh. Yeah, I need to tier for this guy. I really do. The other suggestion, and it's really kind of hard for me to make this suggestion because I just got through getting my goddamn hat brought to me with this guy. He does have counters, so I don't know if tier 4ing who is that? I don't know if tier 4ing Destroyer is the best move right now. He would offer some versatility in your kit. If you play Conquest a lot, Destroyer will be a nice pickup. It's just getting past those and pairing them up against characters that you can do the energy reflect thing with. So as long as you can do that on a consistent basis, I don't think you're gonna have a problem with him. I think he functions better as a standalone character than Sentinel in some respects. I think Sentinel needs the HP that he offers in a lot of regards. So I don't know. Jury's still kind of out on this one. Now this guy is very underrated, especially built with like something like an energy or something with like really high burst damage, because he doesn't need the guard break immunity once again. So as long as you're not standing there getting super guard broken, he can get off and do some really cheeky stuff. Given the right situation, of course. Even still, to this day, at tier 3. Who else? I got Thanos with a mighty steel. Not bad. Rocking the Judgment on Ghost Rider, also not bad. Yeah, see, rocking a Judgment on Ghost Rider frees up a rage. I could say the same thing with Storm as well. More PvE stuff than PvP. So, rock it how you got it. This guy I would probably put a greed on if you can get your hands on one. He'll function way better with it. I could say the same thing about him. He does function quite readily with a greed, and probably a little bit better with it. They have the survivability. They just need the burst damage to be able to down enemies quickly. So that'll definitely free up a conquest for you to be able to put on your Kang if you want to go that route. Just a thought. That would be your extra greed if you're thinking about pulling her out of your PvP rotation. So there's kind of a quick answer there. Then maybe you can slap this rage that you have on Bucky on her. Or maybe you do something like this for her and just use her as is until she gets a new uniform. And that way you can shift around some CTPs to put them in more advantageous places for you. Where is this guy? Yeah, you could do something like that for her. Or double flame with the based on crit rate, of course. So something more like not that guy. Something more along these lines. Crit rate with the applicable damage in either HP or guard break immunity, whichever one you feel you need. And that would definitely work on Jean to free that greed up to move around to this guy. Or well, yeah, definitely to this guy over Deadpool because you need that CTP. He also functions a little better with a greed, but it could be a little different in this meta and with that uniform. Also. Got Liberation on Taskmaster. I would definitely move that to somebody like Fury, or if you have White Fox. Or Riri tier 3, somebody like that. It's probably just going to be a bunch of insights and liberations and stuff from here on out. There's a judgment that you can pull off of this guy. Give him that baby rage joint. Okay, you got your liberation on White Fox, but you don't have the uniform. Liberation on that guy, that's understandable. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't see any more CTPs outside of maybe a handful of characters or two. Yeah, liberation on this guy. I would pull some of these liberations and insights and make you some mighties, and they would go a lot further. And the best way to pull a CTP, if you don't know, is this right here. It allows you to remove every CTP from any character for up to 24 hours. So all you have to do is have the inventory space. That'll allow you to move some CTPs around. It's probably the best buy in the game outside of the Stark Stash, honestly. Especially for, players of any level, right? If you have CTPs and a lot of them, and you have more so for veterans, and you have them in a bad spot, need to move them around, don't want to spend the crystals, this sort of thing, this will allow you to reshape your entire roster. They let you buy a limit of 2. I'm going to pick up a couple myself in the next couple of days. So, yeah. And we will be getting our shuffle on. But, yeah, I hope it was helpful. Yeah, let's go ahead and get out of here so we can crush it. I do not think this is going to last very long at all. Then again, I could be wrong. Let's see here. Okay, so everybody got their DPS in. Well, that other cat, he don't really got himself nothing. That Crescent tank. Well, he may be using Venom as a DPS. Yep. And then Crescent lead. What's happening? What's happening? That was nuts. That was actually nuts. Okay. Still coming up short, huh? There's another 50 piece. All right. $500 bios. Hey, you notice they named Valeria in that survey and they said nothing about Franklin as well. So, just something else I thought was quite interesting. It's like, why would you mention one and not the other? I don't I don't get that. You see one more thing with this guy. I could use a uniform upgrade ticket on him, huh? Sure, why not? Yeah, I know his bios are free. I know I shouldn't have done that, all of that jazz, but I don't feel like waiting. Don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference unless he can run up against, like I said, some energy damage dealers. Yeah. Yeah, he's running over there in the juggernauts and getting his lunch taken from him. So, yep, everybody's rocking physical damage dealers. We're regroup on that, but we'll come in with some timeline and stuff like that. Also, and we do have another team in Team Battle Arena that seems to function pretty well. So we're gonna have to take a look at that also. Let's pull Carnage. I got Strife is lasting longer than Destroyer at that point. Okay. Wow, we just cannot catch a break. Maybe why support is just better in this instance. Wait a minute, let me see something. I just thought about something. I could be using the wrong card set. And that could be why everything was so sporadic. Yep. Okay, so it was that in timeline, but not in Otherworld Battle. Okay. Down here in the Bush Leagues with debuffed characters. Okay. There we go. Back up in the Challenger League. All right. Okay, Strife. Ooh, that one hurt. Yeah, that one hurt. I don't know who that was that came out and just clapped everybody like that. It had to have been Ghost Rider. Yeah, she ain't gonna make it. She getting locked down. Yep. Okay, Strife. Lasted 3. Even though one of them was a debuff sentry, he is still dangerous. This ain't going good. Hey, pulled that one off by the skin of the chinny, and I've just not been having good luck with Apocalypse lately. Okay, we were able to get the first kill on him and Sentry. Okay, cool. And I got Strife out there putting that work in. Okay, this guy has a Magneto, so he's hunting humans or non-mutants. Okay, Strife outlasted 3 of them. 2 of them aren't really PvP, and then there's a bunch of tier 3s as well. So that was kind of a wild, wonky team right there. Wonder how he's that high up in Challenger. Anywho, I know I had promised some more Sentinel Destroyer stuff. So let's go ahead and jump on into TBA. Kind of want full teams. I'm kind of liking the matchups here. As you can see on the Sentry team, we do have my guys Destroyer and Sentinel. And it kind of becomes an interesting pairing of sorts. especially when you're hunting the right teams. I should bring it down here to this Wolverine team. For my guy Adam, we'll go after him with that team right there. That's the thing. Null is susceptible to reflect. And then Wolverine's giving up type advantage right there. So we'll put Wolverine against this team. We'll put Kang against Surfer team, and then we'll let Null handle the mystery team. I don't think we're gonna get down to the Sentry team. Just because I think more of the matchups are favor. Oh, he's got Null and Sentry in here. Okay, so my Sentry is gonna take a L. I mean, my Null is gonna take a L. But he banked all of his eggs in one basket because my Kang should be able to take out. Ooh, maybe not. As long as he doesn't kill himself to the Reg Reflect, and he did. Dang it. Okay, so this just got interesting. Wow. That is ridiculous. And I thought I had that one. I guess I should have played Sentry sooner. Run the mirror match up there. Let Kang take on Mystery Meat. We'll play Sentry right there. Ooh. So I'm gonna have to win 1, 3, and 4. I may be able to pull off 5, but that's gonna be sketchy. That's gonna be sketchy. Wow, that was close. That was entirely too close. Okay, can we get some magic here? No. No, not even the first life. Okay. Okay, my guy. Kang was able to get him on the first life. Hopefully we can get him on the res. Oh, and we lose it. Wow. Wow. That sucks. We lost to the reflect at the end. Oh, we gotta rock out from here, fellas. Oh, and we crashed. Okay, so at least we get a do-over. I kind of feel like that one was kind of not right. Oh wow, no, we took the L. Yeah, we that's right. It's not um okay, so let's take a look at our teams right quick and see if maybe we can field some better support or at least some of them. Nah, screw it. Yeah, I've got to be able to field a better support structure for him. HP and the ignore dodge. Mm, no artifacts, no custom gears. Mm, just got a feeling I can do better than Taskmaster. Maybe there's a DPS I can put with him. They can't put Spidey with him, so you can't take advantage of that lead. I can't put Carnage with him either. Ay, 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 ay. 25 DPS I can really put with him other than Hulk. And yeah, I don't think the trade-offs are worth it. Attack buff is nice. And then you do get the debuff removal that way. Oh, the cost. Damn it. Yeah, so right back to square one. Maybe I can put Blue Marvel out there if he can get the mockery off. No, can one shot. A little easier, perhaps. Yeah, we ain't doing no CTP endeavors for Blue Marvel. Just wasn't sure if he still had that mighty regen or not that I had on him ages ago. Let's see here. Hmm. Wait a damn minute. Um, Yeah, that may have just made Noel sneakily much better. Let's go test him out against the big dog. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Damn destroyer. Okay, Kang. Okay, Kang. Activated the artifact. All right. Level 80 Kang. Wrecking shop. Let's go. The suboptimal CTP. See, we got my guy Null out here going toe to toe with Sentry, and he loses. So we need to clean it up on 4 right here. So hopefully Madeline and Deadpool can get the job done. And they do. Could have been a little easier, but we pull it off nonetheless. Come on, we want full teams. We want full teams. Hey, that should have been some shit that they added in the survey. Do you want full teams in Team Battle Arena? Hell yes, we do. Sick of this shit. Having to dodge motherfuckers and shit because they want to try and gain and cheat the system. Make it applicable across the board. And like, if that's, you know, something that you're not really into, sorry, but kind of not sorry, you're gaining the system, my guy. Gotta have Madeline bringing this thing home. Kind of just want to do this because I'll have the advantage against mutants. I won't have the advantage against energy types though. Kind of want to do that. Yeah, I feel like that's an overall better matchup. It's just mirror it up. Yep. Hey, we got action. Oh, wasn't enough though. Wasn't enough for the big dogs. Maybe if they were tier 4 or possibly level 80 with optimal CTPs, they could have put up a better fight. What's going on, Carter Key? Welcome back to the channel. Knock knock response, Red Goblin. What about Red Goblin? I mean, Red Goblin is pretty much the same as yeah, I mean, yeah, I could use Red Goblin lead and support, and you get a lot from that. You also get a lot from Black Cat support for villains, so. And that's in PvP, that's in PvE, but sneakily, that debuff increase works in PvP as well, as long as you get past the debuff removal, because that thing does have a window. So for fights that go on for a while, that starts to come into play. So you can bank on that a little bit. Also, there are situations where buffs get removed. So there's that as well. Let's see, we got a couple of mutants, all energy types there. So that means that I will be able to take advantage of Destroyer and Sentinel, hopefully. Let's see, let's put our Null up against that guy. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I feel better about that matchup at the bottom. There. Okay, we're able to pull it off. It worked out marvelously, marvelously. So yeah, like I say, if you get them in the right situations, they kind of work really good together. I kind of want to. Well, timeline battle is going to be a different sort of animal. To run that squad in that way. The other thing that I wanted to do to kind of help my account out is go after this 4-star artifact chest that is in the emblem collection for Amazing Spider-Man. And I have a couple of emblems that I have to build up in order to get there. We hit view collection. Should be the next thing. Yeah, so we got 72. I need 78, so I am lacking 6. So I could finish off a few of these. That one is all resistance. It has to be for the Amazing Spider-Man set. Increased damage dealt to supervillains. That would be nice, actually. To finish that one up, that's gonna cost me actually a lot. And the point is to get the stars that I need, not necessarily. See, that kind of maxes out. Decreased damage from male types will go a long way. As well. Oh, I've already maxed that one out. Okay, so I can pick up 2 stars from here. 650 and 550 of the joints that I got. That'll finish that off. And increase damage dealt to energy projection tag types. Increasing lightning damage and timeline ain't gonna do much for me. Okay, we'll do this one for Squirrel Girl. Increasing physical damage because it does not cost as much. Nobody is Phoenix Force right now of any consequence. Poison damage isn't going to do anything for me. Ignore dodge timeline battle. That's actually pretty strong. And increase in basic damage dealt to blast types. Do the projection tag. And we'll do 1 for the strong tag. That should be 6. Hopefully this is a good emblem. Or emblem. Hopefully this is a good artifact. Fucking hope. Sure, why not? And get it out the way. Because my general rule of thumb is if I don't have it, equip it. If I do have it, and I get another one at a better star level, now we can talk about saving it for a 5-star reroll, this sort of thing. And And the reason why I say that is because artifacts can always get reworked. It doesn't happen often, but we've seen it before. And I would hate to be on the receiving end of having an artifact and throwing it away because it's for a quote unquote trash character. You know, you're gonna get duplicates. Use the duplicates for that sort of thing. Don't, you know, in my personal opinion, don't throw away artifacts that you do not have equipped for that particular character. I know some people may say, you know, fear of missing out or FOMO or whatever, but it's like, nope, just future proofing. Also, when we unlocked this thing, we were able to build this up substantially. And we still have quite a bit of tokens that we can pick up for all of these. So I really just picked the best one that I wanted to equip, and went up as high as I could and left the rest. So there are a lot of tokens there for your boy to go ahead and pick up at my convenience. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and try to build this Fantastic Four thing up. Hopefully we don't get shafted. So far so good. Okay. And we are out of tokens. So we hit every one of them and didn't get hardly anything with 70 tokens. Jeez. We only need 22 for the next one. And that's when we get the first additional pierce percentage point, which is kind of what I wanted. I have 9. I'm wondering if I should just spend the gold. And clean these out a little bit. Thing is, I could spend the gold, clean these out, and get shafted. Yeah, I think that should be enough. Hey. And that's kind of what I want with all of them, is at least, you know, a little bit of pierce coming from these things. Yeah, so the only one that I don't have pierce coming from is the Guardians. Nope, I got some coming from there too. Okay. Oh, it's the Defenders. It's the Defenders one. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go in there and spend some gold as well. I don't think. Oh yeah, I have. I just haven't made much progress in terms of tokens or uniforms. If I had the uniforms at Mythic, I would get more of these tokens. It's this one that's holding me up for Valkyrie. And that's because it's an exclusive. So you know, if I get some exclusive bios, maybe they go on Valkyrie. Sort of situation. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm happy I'm done with that with the X Force. Like I'm done with all of them. It's just getting the tokens now to fill this up. And I think in terms of uniforms, that's the only one. I may be further along with the Fantastic Four, ironically. 7. This one's at 5. This one's complete. This one's at 6. Midnight Suns is at 7. So yeah, most of them are at the same level as far as uniforms, except Guardians. I mean, Guardians, except Defenders. So, yep, if y'all been wondering, this dude just had 100 million gold. Where is it going? He's doing some building on Kang, but it's not that much. It's not like it's sinking in their gears or anything like that. Yeah, it's all of that stuff. That's where it's all been going. That, cards, um, got some sword stuff going behind the scenes. Been working on these emblems. Uniform collection. I see your X Force is level 1 already. CIGN, what about it? From how many years you don't see for how many years I don't see chats. Nah, I see them. But sometimes I will be you know, focused on what I'm doing in the game or whatever. So I do have to remind myself to like look over this sort of thing. So my apologies for that. What do I want to do next? Yeah, let's go ahead and get combat villain. That's gonna be Hulk. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Yeah. Is Black Swan easy? She's not difficult. If you have the requisite tier 4s. Of course, every boss gets harder as you climb. But as long as you got the DPS, as long as you got the DPS, my guy. I see your chat. Give me 1 second. Black Swan can be cleared on 4% Pierce. That might be a little bit too low. Like, because we talking how much attack, all of this sort of stuff. Well, I almost didn't get that. I don't know why I didn't have them on the 1. I do not know why that did not happen on the 1. Yeah, 4% may be a little on the low side in terms of Pierce. For Black Swan in particular. I mean, what was she, the first World Boss Legend Plus? But it's World Boss Legend Plus. You know what I mean? Oh, we're going to get 15 million pop off Loki? Yes, yes, yes. That is actually nice. Yeah, we're going to start with no characters. That is nuts. Oh, it's male. Okay. Well, that narrows down my options, doesn't it? And then folks go, well, why don't you use Taskmaster, right? Because I'm not losing very much, I am getting, I think it's 25%. And then another 15% HP, which, as we know, Hulk scales damage with HP. So I think for Hulk in particular, it just works out better. And he's my best option for this day because I don't have Doc Ock tier 4. probably one of the reasons I need to cheer for him. I could just put a rage on Hulk and call it a day, though. Ooh, that was the closest I've ever been to not getting the issue and still getting it. Yeah, 5 million ain't bad. For this particular Hulk build, because he's not rocking a rage, he's not rocking a lot of stuff. And I know if he was, I would get a much, much different performance out of this guy. He's rocking a vitality egg, so oh, not trying to do this again. No. But yeah, this guy's offering a 15% HP and then 25% damage to supervillains. You got the leadership, of course, but I'm not using that. Or you could run this guy and get the 40-40, which you'd only be taking advantage of one of them. And then he doesn't take advantage of the Weapon Master passive. So, and Hulk really doesn't need the crit rate. He doesn't really need the skill damage, bonus damage, because I believe he gives that to himself. Yeah, increase skill damage, bonus damage by 50 and 15%. So it's at a pretty high rate anyway. And the HP is just, he's the only other option for HP to increase that by any amount. So that brings it from the 30% that you're getting with Hulk up to 45%, which isn't bad, but it could be better. In addition to that, you're getting 60% damage to supervillains from this guy with 45% ignore dodge. For gamma radiation types, you can't take advantage of the all attack. And then I don't have A-Bomb's artifact, but if you did, it would give him an additional HP buff and additional attack buff. But like I said, he doesn't scale with attack, so let's see what concentration actually, what does it do? Concentration increases the effectiveness of certain CTPs. I haven't personally had a chance to test that out because the only way, so there was once upon a time where I was going to actually build this deck with concentration in mind just to see if pairing, say, 10% concentration with 15% pierce, if that would be effective enough in a PvP oriented environment or PvE oriented environment, right? Just to see what a mix of that does, because if you go to the skill name glossary over here and you go to concentration, which is in here, it tells you exactly what it does. Concentration is a stat that affects the potential of skills, some skills, and effects of custom gear. Perform much better with concentration. So it does affect the potential of certain skills. Now, which certain skills does it affect the potential of? I think, and I'm not sure, but any skill that stacks, I think it affects the potential of. I think it may affect the potential of certain stats on characters, like possibly recovery rate. And things of that nature. I don't think it affects the potential of, every active skill per se, like that. Now, it will tell you, every CTP, right, will say, like on the steel proc, decrease all damage received by 30% and another 20% of concentration. So if I have 10% concentration, the problem I think with concentration is it doesn't scale at a high enough rate for it to be as effective as Pierce or another damage bucket or something like that, or another stat bucket that you can tap into, whether offensively or defensively, at a high enough rate for it to be as effective as Pierce is. Because, all stats aren't weighed equally, right? And that's easily misread. An additional 20%, that doesn't bring your decreased damage reduction up to 50%. That's 20% of your concentration. So if you have 10% concentration, it's only bringing it up by 2%. So you go from 30 to 32%. You see what I'm saying? It's not enough. And you can make the argument, well, but a brilliant, but okay, should I really need to go get a brilliant, for 40% of my concentration? Okay, so that's 10% concentration. That brings it up by 4%. What are we talking about? We're going from 60 to 64. You see what I'm saying? It's not, for something as hard to get as concentration, bro. Like, for something as difficult to get as these crafted stats, they should be better. Um, I kind of wish there was a way to build your card set in such a way to um I don't know, make up ground on certain characters in a way. I don't know. Like maybe they thought that in the future they would come out with stuff that was so strong that, you know, concentration would, I mean, and we've seen them do this before with things like mockery, um, you know, and in cap, right? When that was a new thing. Mockery, not so much. It's kind of a failed experiment. Incapacitation and fracture actually work. Um, you know, and it became kind of the new all defense down. So I mean, it's just a lot to get into right there. You know what I mean? So, let's see. Use lead, uh, all attack of physical attack, and abomination for Hulk. Nah, that's not gonna work for him. Hulk does not scale his damage with attack. What people mean when they say that, where is Incredible Hulk? He is one of two characters in the game that are built like this. The other one is Victorious, and I'll go show you here in a second. But you see here where it says physical damage of HP. This basically means that the higher his HP, the more damage he's going to deal. And as a result, the higher his HP, the more tankier he's going to be. So kind of the madder he gets, the stronger he gets, sort of vibe. You know, and every single one of his skills is like that. It's physical damage of HP, physical damage of HP. Here it is once again right here on the damage accumulation at the bottom. Or on the ignore our frame skill. Physical damage of HP, 30%. Physical damage of HP, 50%. So on and so forth, right? Even on the tier 3. Right? It's scaled at physical damage of HP. Even on the tier 4, well, the tier 4 actually is scaled at physical attack. That's interesting. That's interesting. Wait a minute. No, this is a striker skill. Ah, okay. Never mind. I wonder if there's a character. I wonder if there's a character that, with a striker skill, comes out and drops a HP buff, right? Like an increase the character's HP, not a heal, but an increase the character HP sort of aura or buff. Because if they did and they used it when Hulk does his tier 4 skill, that would kind of, oh, that would be dope. Huh. I'm gonna have to see if I can find that. Not right now, but who would be a character that would without a buff? It's probably gonna be some freaking obscure ass character. Gives recovery as a striker. That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, wait a minute. What about Victorious? Where is she? Huh. Yeah, she's the other one though. She's energy damage of HP. So the antithesis of hope. She deals energy damage, but it's based on the amount of HP that she has. And like your boy, she has. No, they took that from her. That's right. They took her other passive. She had three passives like your boy, um, Destroyer, but they took one of them away. Increase HP of our allies. I wonder if her striker skill changes with form. Yeah, that ain't gonna work either. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Brute. He seems like the type that'll. Maybe in an older uniform or something. Said I would probably find that on a seasonal I don't have. Yeah, I'm looking for a skill that reads similar to Hulk's third skill, and I know there are skills like that in the game. but the plus increase, or the plus 50% increase of max HP. I'm looking for something like that that just boosts his overall HP. But usually you don't see those on active skills. Hulk is one of the few characters that does have it on an active skill. So, I don't know. A couple of leadership tags there. Okay, let's go ahead and get these out of the way. What stage is this? All right. See Beast as a striker. Oh, see, that's why I don't look at the chat. That's why I don't look at the chat while I'm playing. Because I don't want to get clapped. Your boy almost caught me straight slipping. I have to pick my times wisely. Spider-Man gives, let's see my IGN or fight me in Otherworld. I've already done a lot of Otherworld already. I may do some TVA though. Okay, let me get out the way. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to do. Oh, I keep missing the fifth skill. That was a waste. Let's pop off. So we can push from the 8 right here. Really gonna make me take another rotation, even with the judgment proc. Oh. Okay. We would definitely take that. Nice smatterings of souls there. Now we can take advantage of the CTP of Liberation and Insight combo. Oh, maybe not like that. Wasting. We want like a 10-second runoff. What is this? Delay a game penalty or something? Like what? What the hell? False start. All right. My guy is making excellent time. Wow. El Crasho. High stages. Yeah, it happens. Is Beta Ray build worth it to build on a mid account? Uh, I think so. I think he has solid DPS. Um, yeah, I think he has solid DPS, even still. I think he's got some flexibility because you can use him with a judgment, you can use him with a rage, and now with a competition. Um, I don't think he's very proc friendly. Um, I would not put him on the same level with the Black Bolt, definitely. He's way better than Black Bolt is currently. So that's just in my estimation. And I'm no Beta Ray build expert, but I've been out there with Black Bolt recently, and the guy's trash. Like, he can't even do like any of this newer stuff. He falls way behind. You know, could he solo it? Oh wow, that was weird. Hope you guys are still with me. That was absolutely nuts. Like, I don't think Shalabal is better um than Beta Ray Bill. I know they're kind of two different arenas, one PvP, one PvE, but for what you can get out of the character in whatever game mode they're meant for, um, yeah, you know, and you need an artifact to make her work, sort of situation. Like, this is what I compare them to, is sort of their contemporaries in a particular space. I mean, if we're talking from like an investment perspective, yeah, Hades is strong, but Beta Ray Bill's cheaper. He's free to play. You don't have to spend 6,600 on Hades or whoever was with his epic quest to get him. Um, because it's it's hard to judge the value of a character by how often you see those characters being used. All because you're not seeing those characters being used does not mean those characters are not being used. Um, by any stretch of the imagination. And I've kind of had my eyes open to that of late. So, yeah, I'm a lot more reserved and hesitant when it comes to um, yeah, when it comes to certain characters, um, or characters in general, right? Especially if they're not of the free to play variety or a tier 2 native or something like that. I'm a little more hesitant or a little more mindful in certain regards when it comes to that, in the advice that I give out, or at least I try to be. My bad. I thought I had unmuted my mic. Oh, yeah. The four of the fantastic, boombastic. Because I know if I put Johnny in here, the stage is going to get obliterated. I see you stretch. Oh, first unlock requirement, huh? I suppose boss of the day requirements really don't matter much. Ooh. Maybe not a good idea to bring a tier 4 in here. That's a one-shot mechanic if I ever seen one. Um, he is nowhere to be found today, huh? Yeah, you have to be careful about who you're using as World Boss strikers. I mean, not so much doing this, but where the hell is Craven? Mister. We'll just do this. Because all defense down does work here. So might as well take advantage of it. Let's see. Hmm. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing him do something in his own right. Um, oh, wow. Mm, yeah, we'll just do that. Rocking here with beast support. I mean, rocking here with beast lead. Wow. Beast, you bet not get clapped, bro. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can push to level 80 here. Quicksilver, that's too easy. Um, well, my guy Cross Bizzle. Yeah, he may need some additional firepower. Sure. I have no idea what support Rocket is, but and has he on the team and a striker? I don't know. Is that Warwolf or something? Okay, yeah, that's Warwolf. Oh, that's right. If you cancel, hold up. She's doing a little bit too much. Oh, he came out and did the striker skill and got the heal. Nice. Oh, and then she gonna try to line me up, huh? Wow, got clapped up that time. Oh, try to do it again? See if I can finish this thing off with Zemo. Because I don't think he has a heal. Let me see, because I'm not sure if Zemo has a heal in that uniform. That iframe ignore. Certainly not on an active skill. Yeah, no heal. 5% basic defense, no heal. But yeah, anywho, it has been a pleasure hanging out with y'all once again. Y'all make sure y'all hit that thumbs up. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. This is actually going into a blender right here against Noel. Oh, just not enough for the physics. Yeah. Yeah, they're too low level. They're too low level to go in there. And everybody's running Noel this week. So not the best week for Sentinel. Oh, this is hot garbage. Nice. Wow, got your artifact triggered by Adam. That is not cool. Wasn't enough on the healing. Ooh. Wow, the reflect. There's just no way around it. Suppose just don't attack. Just run. And basically turned into a null showcase. Ay, 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 ay. The tragic state of PvP these days. And I really hate to say it, but if you want to know why most people play it on auto these days, that's why. And it's nobody's fault but the devs. They need to make the game mode more engaging by introducing a variety of characters that people can get enthused about, coming up with different teams and matchups. Um, you know, having hard counters to characters, even the strong ones, is not a bad, um, it's never a bad thing. But you have to take the opportunity to do it. And you have to give players the opportunity to take advantage of it. Because when you don't, you get a state of what we have right now, which is basically perpetual bullshit in terms of PvP. Same old wash, rinse, repeat, boring nonsense. And yeah, that's kind of where we are, unfortunately. But y'all make sure y'all hit that like, make sure y'all hit that thumbs up, make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Drop a comment in the video. Let me know what you want to see next. Or, your thoughts on what you saw here today, or just whatever. We're going to go ahead and get up out of here, and we will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away. Cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you stay strong.